up? Did I lower my chair on it? Maybe a little bit. Yeah, it looks like a little bit. Back into it. Ooh, the YouTube stream hasn't started yet. Hold on. Alright, YouTube's up now. We should be good. Alright, let's get back into it. Into Larry. Well, we're on recess, but defendant lobby number 1. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. Alright, I'll help you in any way I can. First, about that night, you really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it is just as I said yesterday. So there's a look-alike. Did Dahlia break out of prison or something? Like, she should be in prison. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple. Second thing, that night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11. Were you the one who used the snowmobile? There was only one key. The only person who could have used it was me, so it was you. But what made you go out to Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Can't tell you about that yet. Not until her safety is confirmed. Safety of the Acolyte. Must be talking about Maya. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Dunham? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. Very well. It's my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. So she did take the snowmobile for whatever reason. But it had to have been before Phoenix saw the murder. No, it had to have been after Phoenix saw the murder. I think she took the snowmobile afterwards, trying to get to Maya. Ms. Von Carmel, where's the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery, sketching something very intensely. Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. I can only presume... Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Loris Denham. Donham? I hope you're ready. Get in here. It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today. Ouch. Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey, I was just artistically expressing myself. Tried to run away from the bailiff who's trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist, training out in the mountains. Only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the term for the color viridian. There's no technical term for colors, Larry. This isn't an art store now, is it? I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it? I presume he wanted to say field work, I hope. That's it. Thanks, buddy. Kinda sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a beautiful new model. So see, I've got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. bright red, or the technical term, Viridian. Crimson Lake. Oh, okay. Yep. Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man. Damn. Refrain from whooping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. He is Canadian. Why'd they make this guy Canadian? What is he supposed to be in the Japanese version? Is he supposed to be from, like, where Lada is from? Because Lada is supposed to have a thick accent. Like, she's supposed to be from the south. They said Lada's from, like, southern US kind of thing. So the judge is from the north. Is there, like, a northern equivalent to Japan? Would it be like, God, what's the island? I mean, Japan's an island. What's the island I'm thinking of? Not Osaka. What's the island I'm thinking of? Okinawa. I don't know. Maybe. This is too much for me. What I saw. I was at that lodge in the mountains looking up the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now, aren't I, Edgy? Please refrain from talking directly to lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody, nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? Why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people. Oh my god. Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything, every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy. Let's proceed with cross-examination, with no touching. Can delve into details at a later time. Looking at the stars. What's the matter, Edgeworth? This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought it was going to collapse. Yeah, there were no stars that night. It was snowing. Any idea where the contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip. Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing, so I couldn't have possibly seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, and even if stars could be seen, it wasn't like I was there to look at them, right? See, you can do it if you try. Larry's not an idiot, he just acts like one. I don't get it. There's only one issue here, what you saw at Dusky Bridge. Walked to the bridge a number of times, but how many? 5? I went once every 20 minutes, which means you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night. I bet real love is about waiting with your heart in your hands. Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to this small shack using this blackmail letter. Simply a statement of love. Ah! You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for whimpering, whining wuss of a witness. Oh god. Von Karma has the best lines. So what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a snowmobile, you huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for whimpering, whining wuss of a witness, eh? He even said, hey, he is Canadian. You see? Code names doesn't seem to bother him at all. I didn't see a snowmobile. Larry, you really didn't see it. No need to hit your desk, I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile. Why is he stuttering on snowmobile? Larry, say snowmobile for me, please. Snowmobile. You truly have nothing to hide, and why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest? Shut up. What is this? I don't know. Don't ask me. Means I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Well, I know know that's a lie. Larry Butts, I can understand why you want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic and you cause all sorts of trouble. But, having realized how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction. Edgy, are you trying to console me? It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create. You're totally pinning this on me. Now then, let's talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry. That's right, me, in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you'll continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change. But, what do you want me to do then? Larry, what you need to change is your inner self, but for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you. Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping, but anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Not sure this will go especially well. Come on, Larry. What did you see on the night of the murder? What I saw. Part 2. I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been around 10:30. I was lying under my bedding when I saw a white flash almost blind me. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. Certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? What happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. Totally burnt out, like almost totally gone. And trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening, he just caught a cold. I never knew that man. I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination. Aww, Von Karma's worried about Phoenix. Aww. Went to the shack at around 9. What did you do out there in the cold for over an hour and a half? I was busy being excited, I guess. Dare I ask? I set the meeting time as 10 p.m. right, but I couldn't wait, and I thought she might come early too. Appears she didn't come at all in the end, because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they? Don't go picking my fond memories apart. Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way, so every 20 minutes or so I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything to do. So I went back to the shack to wait for her. I don't have anything that might... I don't have, like, Bikini's testimony or anything. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window. This light was, of course, lightning. Like, kerpow. A slap from Naomi, a big bada boom. Or a little like that. It's more like a punch from Miranda. You actually see the lightning hit the bridge. Well, I was a bit startled by the flash, so I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. Seeing that, what did you do? What do you think? I was burning up as well from the fire in my heart. That's why you went to take a look at the bridge? To be honest, it was freezing cold, so I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. It had pretty much stopped snowing, so I don't know, I changed my mind. Okay. He's corroborating that it stopped snowing. Not sure if I care for the forget it attitude you had at first, witness. So he's corroborating that the snow stopped. Still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. How long after the strike? Lightning fell and the bridge caught on fire maybe around 5 minutes. I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is it from the small shack? Pretty much stopped snowing, I guess about a 5-minute walk. And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there? Like I recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids made during school camping trips can compare. What does that mean? Why didn't you call anyone? Why didn't you go to the bridge? Didn't exactly have time to call anyone. Why didn't you go to the bridge? Why did you go to the bridge? Does this mean you initially had no intention of doing so? I guess it does. It was really cold. If that's the case, why'd you change your mind? I'd like to hear your reasoning. Thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning. So you decided to go and see what was happening. That's right. We're talking about a massive suspension bridge burning to high heaven. It's not something you see every day. Real spectacle. Really special. Life seems to love hitting this poor witness below the belt. My motto is to hit life back as hard as I can. Ow. Okay. Told me about the burning bridge, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. The weather report. I need the weather report. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. About 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. About 10:30, I was lying, white flash, window was on fire, and thunder. Thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning. Okay, never mind. Why didn't you call anyone? When faced with the towering inferno, one would try to tell someone. There's a public phone by Dusky Bridge, correct? Let's hear why you didn't. I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. There's a time discrepancy here. There's a weird time discrepancy here. Thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning. I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. It's something about this. So he's saying it was like 10:45. I don't know, the weather data? Yeah. Very existence being a contradiction. I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. I think I should have gotten it when I presented earlier, but it's fine. Testimony is conclusively contradictory. Problem here is time. I knew that. Never been the best timekeeper. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take you to catch up with him? Terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge and immediately went to see what had happened. Is that correct? I wasted about 5 minutes at first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder written here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45. Say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there at around 11 p.m. Sounds about right, I guess. Yeah, that's reasonable. Then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That's impossible. 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred at Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there, in the courtyard. There's no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Excuse me, I have an objection. How many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry, I'm Loris Donham. It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11, in which case it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing, the slope ahead is slippery, for there could have been no way that Wright could have been at the Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. Why not? Clearly written here on the weather data report, it took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have still been burning until at least 11:15 p.m. Which means what, exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive until after the flames had died down. You arrived at the bridge at 11, but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during those missing 15 minutes? Yeah, Phoenix definitely couldn't have run across a burning bridge. A burnt bridge, but not a burning bridge. I feel like I just got brutally woken up by toilet splash. Guess I was still sleeping after all. So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem. Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes and there is a phone set right next to it. Why did you not report the accident? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem, for even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. This is Larry we're talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. It means there has to be a reason for his inaction. Edgy, I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude. Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time. Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Larry, you should have told us that from the beginning. Yes. Yeah, and say it. Fairly bad feeling about this. However, let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. I'm a Dunham, I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching. Out in front of the bridge, I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe I was feeling, I transferred all directly onto the page. Before I had realized it, the flames had gone up and he had come running up. That's it. I suppose artists could be a strange folk. That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch. Including the truth, from the sound of it. Edgeworth, have you removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. You'll regret this, Edgy. Why would Larry... Tell us, Larry. My name is Dolores. Mistakes like that are what get you from being popular, are what keep you from being popular. It's who exactly are. I'm Loris Dunham, apprentice extraordinaire. That's what he calls himself in any case. Then you are an artist? Of course, I'm an artist, the real thing. What he calls himself. Names mean nothing. There's only one issue I care to discuss. What were you doing? Sketching. Burning bridge. Sketching the burning bridge and everything that came with it. You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? I regret this. The sketch of mine is... enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Got a feeling that the instant this sketch may be revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. Let's do it. I'd wonder if you could show us your sketch, please. Well, even I couldn't have imagined it turned out like this. Imagined what? That Loris Dunham's debut would take place here, today, like this. Ouch. Show it. Okay, steel yourselves. This is the work of Loris Dunham. Ah. Oh, well, so this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma? Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Struggled to reproduce those flames, I really did. No one has the courage to bring it up. This mysterious flying object. Larry? Burning bridge is fine, but what is that unfortunate looking figure? Spotted that? I thought you might. However, I might want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course, Iris. I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for a future, you know? What would have happened to her if she injured herself flying like that? Huh? Please answer this next question honestly. Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over the bridge that was engulfed in flames? Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist. The girl, she's really high up in this picture. Are you high? Nice. Nice. They snuck a weed joke in there. This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek if you want to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Except for the one time that we did acknowledge that people could fly. And then it turned out to be a mannequin. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge at least. It was really something to see. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradictions here. Looks like I've got another reason to remember this morning. What do you think of my debut piece? Saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Easy. What did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care. In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. Give you a whole $1 that it's the truth. that's truly the case, then there's one thing we could say for certain. That person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris. I thought we went over this already. Foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry, according to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct? Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what I recognize. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the ones on the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. You had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you gonna change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight? What are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood? What? Gee, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why you Nick, you dog? Why I oughta... I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear discredited and discarded straight into the garbage. What is it now, witness? Feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today's the day I get to completely stupefy you. What? What is the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge, and I, Lawyer Stunham, shall prove it. Alright, Larry, what do you got? We shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in the sketch, and show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality. I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain. You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time, trust me. Proof that Iris flew. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. That sphere, where did you find it? Around here somewhere? That looks about right. Larry stealing evidence from a crime scene. Very good. And it was half buried in the snow. It pretty much stopped snowing by then, but there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. Something on it. Blood. Has blood on it. Eddie Edgy, by tomorrow morning you'll be calling me Master Larry. I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore. So you went to the burning bridge? That's right, to meet Iris. She actually flew to me. The least I could do was meet her halfway. Bennett was not at the bridge when you got there, you say. I guess she went back to Hazakura Temple. She's a girl after all, she must have wanted to look her best. Must be lovely to live in the fantasy land of Larry's mind. Actually, it's so depressing that I can't even work up the energy to play. So worried, so I searched frantically all over for her. She was flying pretty high, you know. I thought maybe she slipped on her landing and got hurt. Hey, it was more than possible. And so I headed to the shack. When I headed to the shack the first time I was snacking on a banana, I was pretty sure I threw the peel away somewhere around there, so you know. Can one guy really be this stupid? Did you find any signs of her so-called landing? I don't really remember. I kept falling over myself and kind of lost it for a while there. Snow was deep and there was even a banana peel out there. Yep, there's stupid and then there's Larry Butts. Short of it is that you couldn't find any signs of her landing, correct? Then what happened? It led to me finding a beautiful crystal sphere half buried in the snow. I was sitting in the snow with a little gathered on top of it. It was very hard to spot. I mean, it was dark out too. No matter what you may think of when you look at me, I'm a pro, a genius security guard. I used a pen light I borrowed from my company to help with my search. Sparkled really brightly, as if to say, here I am to me. Does it indeed look much like the crystal sphere on Iris's hood? May I remind you she was not wearing her hood. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. Each nun is assigned their own hood, and they are assigned only one. I don't know about that, okay? And Iris is special. Maybe if she did steal a spare hood, I'll forgive her. It didn't come from the hood, where could it have come from? No one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. Okay, here we go. Larry, that night there was someone who lost a crystal sphere. Who was this stupid idiot? Miss Elise Dunham, the mentor to a stupid idiot. I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff you see a familiar looking crystal sphere. My photograph, give it back. Ouch. Crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one like that on my brooch. No it isn't. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Crystal sphere, it's gone. What? What? Larry, how are you so stupid? How is Larry this clueless sometimes? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris after all. She was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Dunham. A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected. You can't do that. I saw it with my own two eyes. This crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it as well, Miles. Miss Elise Dunham was in her room on the night of the murder. There's no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, the sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. Miss Von Karma, the only people who accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe that has nothing to do with the case? The crystal sphere, it was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off scent, which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch. I mean, I'm the killer. All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven, I cannot see how this would be related to the case. There's no evidence that Elise Dunham left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to be dropped before the victim was killed, this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Your response? I want your final opinion. If it's not related to the case, then the witness you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Can I prove that the crystal was dropped? Yes. I have to. Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I'll prove that this crystal sphere is vital link to Solomon McCoy's. Remind me of Phoenix Wright when he's cornered. It should come as no surprise, because right now I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. Where are you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. I'm pretty sure it's the weather data. Response, Miss Von Karma. How's Edgeworth? I think one bird is calling for its flock now. Go, go, Edgy, do it. Win. What? How is it not the weather data? Time of the murder and when the crystal sphere was dropped, I need proof that the latter happened first. They're showing me the crime scene photo. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. Elise Dunham has her fingerprints, has victim blood, and suspect's fingerprints. It's not the weather data. It's not occult. Is it just the crime scene photo? Is it literally just the crime scene photo? Found half covered in snow near Dusky Bridge on the night of the crime. It's either the crime scene photo or the crystal sphere. It's crystal sphere. It was half buried in the snow, correct? I should have gotten it right for weather report. I should have gotten it right for weather report. I knew snow was the answer. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it. That's all I need to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there's no snow on the victim's body. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. I knew it. I was right. Order. On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge, and there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose. That'd have been. The sphere has some blood on it, isn't there? I'm going to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge. Murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Only a fool would suggest a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. So who is the fool, and which part of it is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Except we know that she didn't see it. It's not exactly true. To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. It's the same thing. No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when most blood would be lost, that'd be when the blade is removed. If that statement is the truth, that Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding. Getting one vital thing. Miss Dunham's body was found at Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way? The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of events is also perfectly plausible. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to the Hazakura temple. On that snowy night, there is one way a body could have been moved, the snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could also have been used to carry a body. It's completely unacceptable, Miles. You dug yourself your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. It doesn't put a final nail in your coffin. Too late, Von Karma. In fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation. Where was the victim Elise Dunham really killed? If her body was moved, what for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it. This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, could never utter a lie, could hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. He drew this, so it is actually something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Edgy, thank you. He's such a dork. That settles it then. Cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Grr, angry. Seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Francisco Von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. There was one reason and one alone for me being here, to expose the darkness lurking in this case and then pass it on to Wright. That's what this was all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning, and I wouldn't have had— Oh! Miles, I don't care what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. Shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by. What a shame. Francie, this is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. Demand satisfaction. She needs to finish. Oh, Larry's dead. Cannot believe the witness's testimony relates to the actual event. However, there seems to be some sort of answer for the question it raises. Have his words here today been truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are matters that shall be addressed. I am counting on thorough investigation by both the defense and prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, Wright. Court is now adjourned. Interesting. So Edgeworth hands the baton off to Wright at this point. Hottie Clinic. Why is he in Hottie Clinic in the ICU? Still up at this hour, reading through the trial record for a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. Horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved, but I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable, but I know he will have to help me with him somehow. February 9th, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge. Right? Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? Still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2, nothing to worry about. Anyways, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. In the end, the Shichishido did not deliver the deadly blow, which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. Probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. Something I want to look into, and that is client's background, naturally. I mean, Iris? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Gotta get work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Maya's still stuck at the inner temple, but don't you worry. As soon as it's set, you'll be the first to know. Thanks, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, alright? Okay, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is prone to earthquakes, which reminds me. If our memory serves me, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Narrow path going off in a different direction than the main hall. It looks like someone's taking the effort to write "To Heavenly Hall" on the signpost. 20 yards, but I can't see inner temple. I really hope Maya's okay. Now it really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought Eagle River sounded familiar. It's where Dahlia and her boyfriend were, and she jumped off the, yeah. And that court case never got solved. Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line, and there aren't any houses, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I brought my cell phone with me. Let's go to the Heavenly Hall. Looks like no one's here. Larry, Loris. Guess I'll try again later. Graffiti. At least you managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I think about it, I guess art kind of suits in. Its very existence is an art of sorts. Stuff is really ruining the beautiful atmosphere. It's so inappropriate. Like Sister Bikini in a bikini. Coming down is a cinch, but going back up doesn't look like a walk in the park. I'm starting to understand why rivers always want to flow up downstream and not up. This famous Eagle River. I got to try out the Rough Rapids. I got to try out the Rough Rapids the other night. They say it has a really strong current. They weren't kidding. It's both powerful and fast flowing. I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky to not be dead. Snow is really piled on a straw roof. It's otherworldly, like something out of a fairy tale. Well, the roof part. Sign says Heavenly Hall. It's pretty fitting. You spend a night in this freezing little shack, you'd probably find yourself at the pearly gates by morning. Come on, please. It's for art's sake, I swear. Talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Enough. Fools, 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 who foolishly accepts the foolishness of the fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying a sunny side up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want to grill me over a name? Ramsey, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse, isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not, and I'm on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Frazzy's Whippy Whip Trip. Before you ask me to model, at least give me a semi-coherent testimony. Before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew. I'm telling you, whoosh. Just like that dude with the red underwear. Superman? Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix, right? See main hall. I wonder how the head done is holding up. Oh wow, is that an inkling of human kindness I sense? Do you enjoy causing other people pain with that sharp tongue of yours? This is one impressive gate. Compared to the grandeur of the main gate at Von Karma Estate, it's but a pet door. Oh my god. It looks really idyllic with all that snow on it, don't you think? All that snow, don't make me laugh. This is but a light dusting where I come from. Okay, we get it, Von Karma. Don't make things up just because you think I'll never get to see it for myself. I'd love to know what that thing was used for on the night of the crime. Still thinking small, Phoenix, right? Or perhaps not at all. That's why you'll never defeat me. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't recall ever losing to you. Quaint little bell tower. I never thought that something this horrible was about to happen when Iris rang the lights out bell that night. Have you been to Germany all? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right, extending my perfect win record naturally. Francisco von Karma, the prodigy. Gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason: revenge. Born and raised in Germany, became a prosecutor at the age of 13. His father was legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. I thought he was just arrested. He died? Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. You will fall before me. This I promise. It will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yeah, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Yes, America. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Von Karma as well. Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. She's so openly hostile that it's kinda cute. Ow. No smirking. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool doing a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Make no mistake, Phoenix, Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only, to pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, you know. Went over the whole file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Every last word of every sentence of every paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it very interesting read, you know. Tempted to cross a burning bridge? No, the only thing that thought my mind was I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know when the bridge was repaired. I hope he's okay. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the temple that night. Larry's not here. Okay. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you were here. What are you doing? Wahaha, ha 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 ha. Ma ha ha. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? Let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. There's an acolyte stuck in the inner temple, and that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? The place looks the same. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I was until this morning. I don't see any Psylocke, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. Both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth. That can mean only one thing. They both didn't see what they thought they saw. The night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? I'm sure it was Iris. Iris claimed she was in her room. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Maya stuck by herself in the Inner Temple. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. I wouldn't be surprised if the next one levels the training hall. There's no need to worry. The area on the Dusky Bridge is so isolated like an island. How so? Only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction, and as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she would have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with the murderer and have no way of escape either. Yes, I suppose it does. I'm curious about a few things if you don't mind answering some questions. Do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. Want to know about the victim, Elise Dunham. Afraid I don't know her waist size or her bust size for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. Did it again. Call her Mystic Elise. Why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes her experience feel authentic. And anyways, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know? How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Seems Miss Elise Dunham was no ordinary visitor after all. There's Pearls. She was with Miss Dunham. It's gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder, remember? I have a temple to run. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. There's one place left that Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Across the bridge. Alright, let's crack this case open. Sister Bikini, the truth has become increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Dunham had a special significance to that temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. Sister Elise was an author, just an author, of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, but now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Dunham's true identity. The photo. Never mind, I don't have her photo anymore, apparently. But no, I do. She's a wonderful author. This piece of evidence proves Miss Dunham's true identity. She's not gonna talk to me about anything. Look at what you found. Misty Faye. 20 years since the disappearance, she intended to pass the torch on to her daughter. Demon Warring Hood. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I mean, Iris could never do such a wicked thing. They proved it in court today, didn't they, that this sword wasn't the murder weapon. Problem is, I saw it too. Sure that was what I saw. This blade stabbed into Miss Dunham's body. Mystic Elise's staff. The crystal sphere is really missing, but the sphere was found near Dusty Bridge. I'm sure she was in the temple the entire evening. Those are snowmobile tracks, I know them anywhere, but there's only one set, which means the rider went out while it was still snowing and came back after it had stopped. Only logical explanation. Honestly, it's like the end of the world. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. To think people have the gall to kind this kind of scribbling by the name of art. That's the sort of standard you need for art these days. I could be a pop diva. It's definitely the end of the world. Crystal sphere, it's not from a demon warding hood, but I would guess it serves a similar purpose. If it's not from a hood, then I guess it really is from Miss Dunham's staff. Look at the blood on it. Oh, poor Mystic Elise. Very important visitor and honored acolyte. Do you know her? The Fae name is synonymous with the Crane channeling technique, therefore she must be a spirit medium with great power. Runner said this little girl wandered off. She's not near the main hall. Not to mention this fever is giving me a killer migraine. All my aching back's fault. Now Elisa's dead, acolyte trapped, poor girl's missing. How can I ever make up for this? For allowing harm to come to such an important person? What's gonna happen to poor Iris? If she was found guilty, I wouldn't accept it. But your testimony, I can't help my testimony. I saw what I saw. It's up to a pro lawyer like you to deal with problems like that. What a disgraceful young man. Finally seen through him, huh? How could he sit there and claim he saw what he drew in that picture? Although the portrait he did of me was rather flattering, I must say. There's more to the sketch of his than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. Studies foreign judicial systems now. Bachi Brazier puts out a lot of heat. Just think about how happy we're sitting here eating pot roast and gravy. An altar, it looks old, but someone does a good job taking care of it. Stack of cushions. Proof of Elise Dunham's real identity. Proof of Elise Dunham's real identity. Can I really get nothing out of? Karma doesn't have any input to give me. Not a single piece of input. Okay. Maybe I can do this. As to, I believe it has to do with your true identity. Didn't have any evidence. This piece of evidence proves Miss Dunham's true identity. And maybe not. Piece of evidence. It's not the photo. I'm stuck. Where's Larry? So I presented her everything. Wait. Main hall. Courtyard. Duh. It's where Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying, so maybe there's some clues left to find. Given the design, it must have been a pretty gruesome thing in the past. Dunham's staff. Remember the crystal sphere being attached. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere. What was it doing all the way out there? A few lanterns. Without the city glare, I can imagine it would be a lot brighter. And gates on the other side. Difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. It's also the height that the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Dunham was pushed from the top of the wall? You got quite a bit of snow. Skis aren't for fun, they're tools. The sled, that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Building up there is the main hall, that's where we were staying. It's kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, these rooms are all around the ground floor. Dunham was staying in the corner room. I guess that's where she was pushed from. Is that it? So there's nothing here. Other than confirming facts that we already knew. Hey! What was that jarring, inconceivably loud yell? So this is where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. I'll come along with you. Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. I'm involved, aren't I? Couldn't get much more involved than me. Yeah, but that's not what I... It's been a while, Scruffy. Miss Von Karma. Oh. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. You certainly seem to have everything under control. On your side, I won't do anything you don't want me to do. As long as you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know. I, Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation, so you will follow me. Interesting. That's not a bad fix. That's not a bad pair job. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. Must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick. Pearls? Mr. Nick. So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning and saw the dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. It's been very trying for you, little girl. You're Francisca Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no reason to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your wit. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Ow. Why are you whipping me? I didn't say anything. Didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Aww. One big, dysfunctional, happy family. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. What are you talking about? I stick my, Pearls? She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, right? To make a girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that about? Girls acting like that, it's giving me the creeps. Guess I better take a look around now that I've got the chance, especially since something about this place seems different. Yeah. What? Would you stop calling me by my full name? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? The metal hook is a mooring post for boats. Oh, that. It's an anchor that for one of the wires used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this probably snapped when the bridge burned down. There's no way that there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, but I didn't say anything. Yeah, so that snapped. See, Dusky Bridge. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it? Say it's about 20 yards. I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire, huh? Therefore, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple yet sound deduction. All the Buddha statues. Do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her next time you see her? There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Huh? It's empty. How naive. Isn't it a bit strange, don't you think, Francisca Von Karma? I seem to remember it being buried. Yeah. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. Someone's been using it to burn something recently. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Jealous, Francisca? sign says Inner Temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix. This must be the door that leads to the Inner Temple, where Maya was training on the night of the murder. There's a solitary room called the Training Hall. Completely out of shape. I don't know how much more of this woman I can take. Little gate that leads to a garden. It says no entry on the sign. Let's go in. It's half open. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't Americans enjoy doing whatever they like and simply saying whatever? It's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? A Psylocke? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training, yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's with that strange lock? It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is giving off strange vibes. These wafer-thin mattresses. Wafer-thin? Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable. That's how we describe things like these mattresses. I guess you must say wafer-thick or something back in Germany? Not about these mattresses. Absolutely not. Antique dresser. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity, it's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office, I can do anything. Yeah, you can do anything, except stand up to a 9-year-old. Store, when I was here 2 days ago, this weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost like they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen those locks and chains just like this before. They look like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a Psylocke. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. There's no keyhole. What do you think his yellowish poster is? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... a woman? I don't see any woman here. It's a different atmosphere in this room than the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. Scroll. It's been completely covered in gravy. Very appetizing smell in the air, but gravy is a type of sauce. When you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must have been the gravy we had on the roast the night of the incident, but why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Trait. Welcome back, Godot. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? To ask you the same question. But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hopes of ever understanding. Enough, I believe I have the measure of you. You're the worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mayor, Trait? Mrs. Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. I guess I owe you one, but you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is my... Hey, Philly. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. Oh my god, a Women's Month? I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go home. Phoenix, Wright? What are you hitting me for? Deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trait. Still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. Something different about Godot today. Getting such a strong sense of something behind that mask of his. Is it anger or is it sorrow? You had some business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I told you before, but perhaps you don't remember. Return from the depths of hell to do battle with you. See, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. I'm a meticulous regeneration and adjustments of all your internal organisms is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age, even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. Didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. Sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Me? Yeah, Trite, you should know all about it. You knew when my life ended, and who ended it for me. So he's Dahlia's ex-boyfriend. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? Don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. All become clear in due time, isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What do you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are going to do here today? They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. It's possible. She came here that night, and I won't say it again, the chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. Only place the search party has yet to explore. Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she weren't there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. Means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with the search party right now? I just have blinders on my equestrian angle. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again. Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when Mia died. The last unfortunate woman died because of you. Don't you know who it was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. No, we saw Godot. He was in the flashback with Mia. That's right. We've definitely seen him without his mask. He's not a character we've met before. You killed him. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. But I got that guy personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught. That won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. Say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well, then I'll say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. What's this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... Afraid we can't do that. This area has been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Let's just say the inner temple in the cavern would be a thing of the past. Dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key? Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. Yeah, there's no keyhole. Great, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. And who was it? Simple, the accused. An acolyte undergoes training in the sacred cavern. The attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder is no exception. Maya Fey was to train him there. Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who could open the lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Getting back to work. How sure about Maya are you? She's in the sacred cavern. It's the only place she could be. Better start praying. You better pray that a friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Listen up, Trait. There's only one thing I want to say before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. Should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll have to do what I can for now. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's it coming from? Guess I better wash that off. That's what I do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain. This is driving me nuts. I'm troubling you, Scarfy? Don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It's merely a simple greeting. A friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. What's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? How'd you know? So you're trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. Can't go through that little gate there, okay? In the one that says no entry? I, kinda already snuck in there. What's behind there? Kind of garden-like garden. Under investigation, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you. You got me? See you later. Shall we adjourn to this garden? Go to this weird garden. What the heck? Why does it say Maya written in blood? Strange feeling, I wonder what it is. Strange feeling, forget about that. It's that strange writing on the stone laddering. What are you doing here? I said you can't come in here. But you know, Scruffy, Von Karma will always show up whenever there's a clue, and there are plenty of clues to be found here. Couple of torches, I guess you need to light up so you can get all the light you can up here in the mountains. Been lit recently. How recently are we talking? As recently as the night of the murder. Heck is that? Kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Written in blood. We'll answer all our questions now without exception. There's no snow on the ground here. It's almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Appears as though someone has cleared away snow. No doubt it was you. No, it wasn't me. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start investigating. Keep it between the three of us. Can't tell anyone, got it? When I was a kid, I got kicked out of the local wrestling contest. I was so disappointed I picked up my mouthguard and cried all the way home. Little lantern, little statue. What is this huge bowl here for? It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything's frozen over, but the ice in this bowl has been broken. I doused my face with the water and this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Next time you're sleepy, you only need to come to me, got it? A charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Dunham? There's a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of this cord match exactly. Brain Master Talisman? Right, Bikini, I got some questions. Okay, Larry's still not there. Conveniently, Bikini is missing. Oh yeah, because I need to go to the garden and talk to Gumshoe. Was the Inner Temple investigation. We're the best forensic team in the world. And what was the outcome of this study? Nothing. This place is as clean as a whistle. There were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here. Stone lantern in the surrounding area is not covered in snow, correct? Look kind of fishy. So I had the lab boys like to say. Mr. Godot tell you? Yeah, we've heard. It's got a search party, but there's nowhere else she could be. All we can do is wait for Edgeworth to get here. So escorting Iris over here. Hope you expected good news. When I spoke to him, he sounded so down, it sounded like it's the victim's blood. I haven't done a detailed analysis, but it's looking that way. Presume you know, don't you, why Maya's name is written upside down? It's really bothering me too. I just came up with the answer, the result of my special and gumshoe investigation. Night the murder, stone lantern was upside down. There's only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Lee's who wrote the letters herself in her own blood. From the writing and the victim's blood to other clues, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Dunham's murder. It's our current theory on how events took place. So Dunham was killed here. However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. What Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard in the main temple was... If that wasn't the scene of her, what did she see? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? The bloody writing and all the other clues here, someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Because the bridge was burnt. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge. No one came over here before me and my men, which means no one could have planted all this stuff here. Okay, so now I need to talk to Bikini. Seems you have a visitor. So right, Iris. Glad to see you. I managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him, we gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. Sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Sorry to Inner Temple. I'll see you later, Wright. Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. This isn't simply a rescue operation, it's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. If anything happens, you'll be first to know. Please understand, Wright. But it's Maya. Mr. Wright, all that matters is Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix, Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now, excuse us. There's no time to be standing around, Phoenix. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Aww. Sister Bikini looks like she shrunk some since I last saw her. How are you doing? Iris was just here. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. His Just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. It's all my fault that this happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, wouldn't you believe? What have I done to her? Bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame. We'll see to it your testimony wasn't made in vain. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion. Me? Yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. Can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. A simp? She's brave to testify so truthfully, but I know she's hiding something because it's time to break those Psylocks. You mind taking a look at this? Ah, what are you doing with that? Give it back at once. I can't. This is evidence. Okay, I found my smoking gun. Piece of evidence proves her true identity as a crane master. Miss Dunham had this charm with her at all times. This isn't some cheap good luck charm. What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, isn't it? Interesting. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Dunham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Dunham's true identity. One other item. What, her sphere? This talisman and one other item speaks unequivocally to prove Miss Dunham's true identity. Painting is obscured by this gravy stain. This scroll shows the master of the crane channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. Very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Of course. This crest is reserved for the master of crane. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, her eldest daughter passed away. Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty. Oh shit, that was it. Nice. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with the mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? Crane talisman? It's the symbol of the master of Crane. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Dunham was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey. Truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why'd she choose to show herself now? Something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... oh no, an earthquake. The inner temple. This kind of tremor might... the inner temple? The sacred tavern in the training hall. It may well cave in. Seems to have passed. Can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Kini, we'll finish this later. Of course, you run along now. Who may have been hurt? I'll get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. wonder if he's alright. Worried about Miles? Come on, let's go. Nothing's changed in the courtyard. Right. What are you doing here? How could I have... He expects us to understand if we don't speak up. Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. Defendant Iris, she's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. So, it was just now during the fear of earthquakes. Should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark and stupidly passed out. That instant haunts you to this day, doesn't it? There's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. The inner temple is a dead end, and she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her, though we need to get a manhunt underway and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous, why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Keeney mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred tavern might have caved in because of the quake. Think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check? Sure, she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. To be continued? No. Inner hall. The sacred cavern hadn't caved in, but what we found was something no one ever expected. More locks. What is the meaning of this? Iris, please tell me what the hell is going on. What the heck? So we just figure out that Maya's mom just died. For some reason. Is that what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Iris, please remove these at once. I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. During the earthquake, the cavern was in danger, caved in, Iris escaped. I only know, and I know there was one lock when I first came here. Saying you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. A little pale. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles, go get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current mistake. Go get some rest. That's your only concern, Miles. I handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Got so much pride, he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems to be where we part ways, Phoenix. I'm going to stay here and see if I can solve some of these bothersome puzzles. For your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? Why did you make a run for it? I'm sorry, I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake. I'm so worried I just had to come and see. I didn't run away to escape the law, at least we're clear on that. I can tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? I saw these chains here. Saw these extra locks. Who in the world would do something like this? Trick locks are a sacred treasure to the Crane tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the one who set the lock can open it. You aren't the one who set the locks? I don't think it's that simple, Von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that somebody wanted to make the place even more secure, and they wanted to secure it before you got here. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of the locks, the first one. Yeah, that's correct. Isn't there any way around this? There are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination, I could remove them, but take time, won't it? Yep, about a day if I had to guess. Better than us leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? I'll do whatever I can. Still one thing I don't get. I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident, but you were seen at the same evening at the inner temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime at Hazakura Temple too. I think it's about time you told us the truth. Let's see what information I can get from this. It said you're in your room. Do you claim that to be the truth? Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Either Bikini or Larry. Their testimony in court was very clear. I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to the temple. Didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? It takes about 20 minutes. So I would have left around 9:40, I think. Lying doesn't suit you. You self-testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Then spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. I remember. That brings us to another puzzling fact. At 10 o'clock the night of the murder, you were in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. You're at Hazakura Temple, you're at the inner temple, or there were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. That's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. I wonder, the way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Show me some evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. Show me something that proves that there is more than one of me. Finally getting to the bottom of this case, I count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues from Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Cops are combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'm nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, get on with it. Go on, laugh away. Went back to the criminal affairs department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation here. There's a high chance it was actually a scene of the crime, that's why. And because of the blood and the talisman, as you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. Surely you don't suspect Maya, do you? You have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's her job. Guess you haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. I don't need a recap of this. Case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? Such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Something that bothered me from the moment we met. I felt I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait, not somewhere. I feel like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the CAD to look at her file? Checked over every case file I've ever worked on, and I was right. I had seen her face before 6 years ago. My first appearance in court, and as cases go, my worst nightmare. Sorry, Wright, I can't give information to a general member of the general public. Might be a crucial piece of puzzle that solves the case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and the Hazakura temple, and neither did the case. That woman is completely unrelated to this murder. I can say that with complete confidence. If I'm wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. I want you to tell me if you know something about a mystery woman. My fever died down. Face is white as a sheet and sweat is running down your cheek. I don't know why, but it's something about Iris that tugs at me. I can't figure out whether I know her or don't know her at all. It's really weird. Weird that there's no one around. It gets quiet when you're all on your own. Speaking alone, I should go up to the shack down. Maybe I'll find Larry skulking again. Mr. Nick, Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? We don't know yet. What do you think you're doing here, Nick? This is the loser shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. Very funny. Find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire, so stay out of our way. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. There's something you want to tell me about this picture? I got nothing to say for Nick. My life's here now with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. Why does Pearl think she's a loser? What do you think about this picture, Pearl? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw it all, so I think it's really amazing. Supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. It really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. Mr. Loris. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I was half asleep when I was here last night. I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. Looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketch at face value. Pearls, I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Dunham's room reading a book together. But Miss Dunham was murdered and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night? Really sorry, Mr. Nick. Pearls has a secret? Been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. Spiritual power has disappeared. You mean your power has disappeared? All over. A spirit medium who can't channel spirit is like a painter who can't paint. Try to channel someone's spirit right here at the Hazakuda temple. Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. See where I can get from here. After dinner, you were supposed to be reading a book. So worried I had to go out. I didn't. Too worried about something or someone else. The night of murder, she went to the inner temple. So worried. Who or what were you worried about? Worried about Maya. Maya was doing something dangerous. Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. Couldn't sit still, that's why I decided to find out how she was doing at the inner temple. Okay, so you went to the inner temple, it's not clear what happened. What time was it? 9:30. The real train was supposed to start at 10, I went to get there before it started. There was so much snow I didn't get there until after 10. I heard the bell for lights out. For good hearing, I was trying to pick up the sound of the bell. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible. Why are you so worried about hearing the bell? The reason you're so worried about hearing about the bell is... reason she was so worried about the bell. That's not right. The reason you were so worried about the bell was because of this. I don't think I have any evidence about this. Well, what's the damage? Looks like it's probably a bigger problem now. Who could have done that? The only person who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Crane tradition. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. Tell me how the Master disappeared 17 years ago. Oh no, my misty face suddenly appeared at this temple. About a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Crane tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Someone is trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time. It's usually the eldest. That child becomes a new Master and her daughter is the main family. All other mediums become branch family members and no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yeah, I do. A few years since I met Maya, and that time I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask case, during Maggie Bird's trial. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. Crane technique is a huge difference to the world, you know. Ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all the power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be rich by now. Saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. That mistake. The incident? PL6. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. It's you who was the defense attorney on that case. Murder that took place 17 years ago. First time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. The medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye. Through Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with this evidence, put into action to that man. He was found not guilty, wasn't he? Right, he was, and the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case in the world that had ever seen a Crane tradition openly involved in. It's all over the media. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Misty's powers were a sham. Then she just disappeared. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Crane tradition is starting to recover at last, but with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Spirit power of the Crane channeling technique is in the blood. Women of the Fae clan have always been spirit mediums because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. Only the women in the family can inherit that power. Main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. With each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. The ones who don't become branches, right? It's always the cause of tragedy. Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Became a lawyer and in hopes of discovering what happened to her mother, and lost her life as a result. You know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said if it wasn't because of her she said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over leadership of the tradition. Saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got so tired seeing the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. Right, Misty Faye had an elder sister too, and Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her. Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Yep, very familiar. Here's a name I know well. It was a year ago at Maya's home, Korean village. What she did was terrible. Why is it not showing me her hair color? It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must realize that Iris... Huh? Iris? Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. Iris is what? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter. Thought you already knew. It sounded like you met most of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Yeah, Pearl Faye. Always thought she was an only child. You jest, that child, she's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. She's in prison now, isn't she? Yeah. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. Black hair, probably. It's all done to set Pearls up as the next master. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. 3? 3. Iris and her twin sister and Mystic Pearl. Twin sister? All happened 20 years ago. After clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that the Korean's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his daughters up to be looked after us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. Could you tell me one more thing? What was the name of Iris's sister? Sorry, Mr. Wright, I can't remember. All I can remember is that her father was a jeweler. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband, but even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. So that's why she had Pearl. It seems that the incident here was a result of Morgan's anger. She was able to break free of the bars that confine her. I need to ask more questions and get more info. Sounds like somebody's happy. No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we searched the channeling room in Korean. Oop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's all about passion. Good cases we had, good cases we've lost along the way. He's singing No Woman, No Cry? He's singing No Woman, No Cry. That's crazy. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. It's just straight up singing No Woman, No Cry. How long have you been there? Just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I'd find the real murder weapon. Barb's sword turned out to be a false lead, right? Aiming at my best shot, haven't turned up any clues. I just found out these weird scraps of paper looks like a letter. Like the murder took place in the inner temple garden, taking bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously. Don't have the details. All I know is if you don't find Maya, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. Not my words. And who said it? Mr. Godot. About that letter, all I find is some burnt up letter. In the incinerator right outside the inner temple. Can I take a look? All spirit mediums and masters, and that's got no relation. Be careful. Blah, 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 blah. Once night falls, blah 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 blah. Should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is blah blah blah. She is our blah blah blah. The whole blah blah blah. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this burn the blah blah blah. Also make blah blah blah. Tell anyone about this letter. Or gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Oh, Morgan's involved in this. Morgan's involved in this. So what did you know about the murder weapon so far? It wasn't the Shichi though that was impaled. Edgeworth proved that in court. It must have been another blade. That's why you're running around. No chicken. We've got the feathers of forensics in our cap these days. We're using our department's secret weapon. A gun. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are made of metal. Any questions? So metal detector. Want to give the scientific investigation a go? Been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring. Why don't you give it a try? I can tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here. First, let's turn the detector on. I know how to do this. Blah, 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 blah. Supposed to represent multiple branches of life can take, all ending as one. A ladder. It's a step ladder. I don't think there's anything here. Pair of skis. You can stab somebody with a ski pole. There's bikini number 1 on the side. Badge? How'd you manage to drop your badge here of all places? Playing around with the sled. Great. It's like a wallet? Drop it all the time so I don't put money in it anymore. 10? Okay, great. He's just dropping shit all over the place. The trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. Bit of cheese, I reached out and bam. Dunham staff, isn't it? Made of wood. Detectors reacting. Weird that this thing is causing a racket. Let me take a look. Top is coming off. Damage a really important piece of evidence. It's a sword. Inside the staff. Could this be the murder weapon? We found it. We never guessed the staff concealed the victim. Sword concealing the victim's staff. Call this kind of thing a sword team. One's a real gem. The workmanship's really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or otherwise the victim would have stabbed her own foot. The real scene of the crime was the inner temple. Then why was a sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police don't know about it until I discovered it just now. As I say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there's any traces of blood on it. I guess it isn't a murder weapon. No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. It's about the same length of the Shishishito. This must be the murder weapon. Run it over to forensics. There's got to be some traces of blood, even if most of it has been wiped off. Every case is going to be airtight. Every case is going to be airtight. Wait up, detective. I'm gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? What are you talking about? Please, just wait until we find Maya. What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Maya's trapped. Well, we don't know if she's okay with or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. Just wait until we get inside the cabin. Staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If that gets out that we already knew about it, we didn't say anything was finished. Regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Don't worry, she'll be fine. There's a place at the base of the mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you when you find Maya? Oh. What was Elise Dunham doing with a staff like this in the first place? Collecting Larry and pearls, they must have gone to collect firewood. I suppose I'll have to come back later. Shit. Oh yeah, now I see what I can do. Talk to Edgeworth about the mystery sister. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me. Problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There's nothing about Iris having a twin in the files. This is taken in by the temple when she was young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Dahlia Hawthorne. Right? Yeah, exactly. Tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. My first case 6 years ago, I was greenhorned. Due to my inexperience, the defendant died. Talking about Terry. You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia. Checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. Stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. Five years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. This is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. But after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Well, her metabolic process are only a matter of interest to historians, so to speak. What do you mean she's dead? I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. In almost 5 years since the guilty verdict was handed down and her sentence was finally carried out, she was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that was a bit of a shock for you, right? For more reasons than one. You understand now? She can't possibly be connected. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. What is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. Has her mother got to do anything with this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Crane channeling technique. Did you say Crane channeling technique? Do you know something about it? I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. I was involved in another nightmare. 17. This is all recap. I know all this information. Blah blah blah. Innocent man, her powers are all fraudulent. Go to the records. I already know. DL6. Do you not remember that I tried that case? I found the dude not guilty again and found that freaking Von Karma was guilty. Do you feel sorry for Mystic Morgan? It wasn't her fault that her sister was more powerful spirit medium. She just couldn't compete. It must have been really tough. Pearl's mother. She was involved in that incident last year, wasn't she? She was the one who did it. That was one ugly case. She's locked up safely in solitary confinement at the detention center. At least we can rule her out of this case. Alright. Someone else saw you. Testimony. Number 2 view. Evidence that there's more than one of me. Your twin sister. You have a sister, don't you? A twin, perhaps? That's right, Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. No idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yeah, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you, who was here at the night of the murder, is your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. You said it yourself just a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit and you knew about it. That's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. I was in my room. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because the sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? Because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before, I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? So I have to accept I may be found guilty is the only way. About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? It was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. It's no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. I got scared, so I ran away. Stealing $2 million from your own father, that's awful. But I promised that I'd help, and she didn't do it for the money. It was revenge on our father. What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the branch family of the Fae. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next minister. It's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. Plan backfired because our mother's sister took it from her. She took over as the master of Karain. Before long, the credibility of Karain hit rock bottom. The new master made a terrible mistake. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated that place. He said it was a hick dive, that he had no reason to stay there. That's when he came here to Hazakuda. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've asked her everything I can as my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it, goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. There's one more thing I want you to tell me. During the incident in which your sister poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? I did hear one thing. She said that she hated his guts. See, thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave the locks to me. I'll open them, I promise. Really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. Alright, pearls. Your turn. Denying the murder, you were at the inner temple. You went there for Maya. He was worried about hearing the bell because of this letter. Given some instructions to follow. You recognize these papers? Following instructions that night. That's why you couldn't afford to miss out the sound of the lights out bell. Instructions were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you. A large portion has been burnt, but the last section is fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Was it Pearl? Who are you supposed to be channeling? The person they were trying to channel was Dahlia Hawthorne. That was the name that was in the letter. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Hawthorne was? Never heard of anyone by that name before reading the instructions. Without the instructions in the letter, who wrote them? I already know who wrote them. Morgan. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. The person who wrote you this letter was your mother, Morgan. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. I don't think you have any. Both know that someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you. However, we do know that whoever did it was a child. Couldn't have been an adult. No adult would make a simple mistake like that. Sure, you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given, but you misunderstood some words, and this evidence proves it. The gravy. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Why would I do something like... Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravelly roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravelly and roast, among others, right? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. I'm not very good at reading. That's gravelly. Sure, Miss Dunham taught you how to read gravelly and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravelly sounds like gravy, and the only roast I could think of was food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't do it right. Ah, Pearl. Poor Pearl. After dinner, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of leftover gravy. I saw a picture hanging scrolled near the cavern. I was sure it was the Master Crane like it said in the letter. It was way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow, so I went to the inner temple guest area. And should just go to the training hall, because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it, so I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it, but then I fell asleep. Find yourself trapped at the inner temple. When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there and there was no one in the training hall. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and I let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Must have been pretty scary. It was written in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring, so you channeled the spirit? I tried, but I couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. She's not dead. She's not dead. She's not dead. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? I don't know what to do. Is there any other explanation? I suppose there's one possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could happen if somebody else was already channeling the same spirit. Oh. I guess that's also a possibility. Only one of each spirit, right? Can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. This is my last wish, she said, so make sure you follow the instructions carefully. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know. I visit her every month, and last month she told me, time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. For the good of the Fae clan, my angel, you'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter is hidden. My mother is always so nice to me. I love her very much. Said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? There's a picture with her letter too, of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... There's something about that. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken as if somebody had already opened it once before. My mother's watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Ha! Oh, Godot. Finally figured out how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. It's all a waste of time. Maya Fey isn't coming back. You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her trait, just like it was your job to protect Mia. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. You were the one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha! What did I just say, trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. Mr. Nick, is what that man said just true? Sure, Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Interesting. So that's my dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish, it seems I was just in time. Man, that's gonna suck if that actually is the death of Misty Faye. Like, that's kind of wild if that's the actual death of Misty Faye. But we know what happened now, kind of. Sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation's still going on, so I wasn't allowed into Inner Temple. Iris still trying to remove the locks? No, she's a defendant, so she can't be at the Inner Temple. She's required to be in court. How come she's not in the defendant's lobby? If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. What's Iris doing there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. What? Prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Juan Karma's not behind it. I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't the prosecutor today. It's Godot. Who else would it be but Godot? Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks, with the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. We hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not in the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Still don't have the answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Denham, no, I mean Miss Misty Faye. Possible flight Larry seems to have seen. And what that woman is really after. Well, I know what she's really after. Like, that's pretty obvious. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hakazura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers. All of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Poor brother, he looked a little pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. We of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said. I understood exactly what you said, up until the end anyway. Now then, Godot, please proceed with your opening. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of tides. There is only one that remains constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies in the bottom of this mug. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime, but today she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hakazura Temple has a confession to make. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hakazura Temple. Is there something that you want to confess to? First, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. I admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you saying it was you who murdered Miss Elise Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor, but I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise, carried it to the Hakazura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. Are you saying that you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. Oh, God. Okay. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to that in this case it's to murder. Is that right, Mr. Trait? It looks like Iris's testimony was a lie. If you don't mind, I've got a question. Whose crime were you trying to cover up? Been at Hakazura Temple since I was a little girl. It's run by one of the branch families of Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. And that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the Crane channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trait. So they're accusing Maya again. Not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. She's innocent, but not. Thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I went to the inner temple last night, saw it happening in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya is still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole that weapon. It's only in self-defense, you can't blame her for it. It was in self-defense. But I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected, isn't that right? Not bad, you've got the instincts of a true criminal. Please proceed with your cross. Went to the inner temple and saw it all happening from the garden. Stayed yesterday. Well, the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Where were you when she claimed she didn't go? Stick Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. Didn't deny that Maya's not his girlfriend. So Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff, saying that the victim attacked Maya. Truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck so hard on the head that it looked like she was going to collapse. Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I was frightened, I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak, I was in such shock. She moved to deliver a fatal strike. Threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. What was this weapon? Some kind of dagger. Elise Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye? Have a problem with the testimony? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. All you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dunham had really wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger, not that she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, what do you have to say?
Objection.
It's an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how do I put this? The longsword is unwieldy and thus ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. The type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with their testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. I fear another piece of evidence that shows this testimony can't be trusted, because Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Because she's actually Misty Fey. Elise Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who's this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Is that really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunham actually the great mystic Misty? No doubt about it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation as for why she would do such a thing. Yeah, take that one, kiddo. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems a bit difficult to believe. There's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except one thing. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea. I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup. After hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. He found this dagger. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, but do you notice something else? There's blood on it. I didn't see that when I investigated. You investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Pine tree? Dagger was stuck in the backside of a pine tree. Pine tree? It's not a pine tree. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed. After having the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. You girls never lie, ever. Well, about the incident, the battle between the two women. Maya stumbled briefly after getting hit over the head with the staff, but she dodged the next attack and stole her weapon. Only Mystic Leaves was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's appearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. I mean, Maya's what? 19? There's zero way they would recognize each other. Stumbled briefly after getting hit in the head. If either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. Two of them were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were. What did Maya Fey do after she was struck? Dodged the next attack and stole her weapon. What happened to the staff then? It was dark, I couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. Raised the dagger to stack. Maya dodged it. Dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. At some point, Maya picked it up. Saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim. But Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. Cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. absolutely certain that's what you saw. Couldn't really tell who was who. In other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection.
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night. That the woman that was killed was Elise Dunham. It's fairly obvious who attacked who. Two of them faced each other for a moment, then Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise, and Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Where'd the dagger go? Stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Seemed to stare at Maya for a while, and Maya stood there not moving an inch. There's one thing that's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means faulty testimony must contain a contradiction in it somewhere. Stumbled briefly, she dodged the next attack to start a weapon. Elise was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. And Maya stabbed Elise. This is correct. This is correct. I just don't know where to put it. She's saying that she was stabbed in the stomach. But she was stabbed in the back, according to autopsy. There we go. Something about what you said. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Till now, I didn't think you were a type to make such a careless mistake. The testimony you gave contains quite a few contradictions. According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim when she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? In that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? But, according to autopsy, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Here's another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? People are like books, we've always got a front and back, you get my drift? I can also say that darkness loves to play with human mind. Godot's gonna say that it was dark. Throwing away useful staff, people fighting, being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach. You're just being too naive about the whole thing. There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. To pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what the witness actually said? Witness was quite unambiguous with her own about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. Human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. But it was lit. We know that those were lit. Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is training, that the stone lanterns must be kept lit. Couldn't the witness have been able to see more clearly? But according to Head Nun, on the night, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Had been used in a long time, the wick was no good, had been nearly pitch black. Pitch black, it would be hard to find the staff. Explains why they couldn't recognize each other. Can't see demons that lurk in the night. But the lanterns were lit. They said that they were lit recently. Stone lantern was not lit. This lantern, there's something written on it. Written in blood. It says, Maya, upside down. After being stabbed, Mysticalise didn't fall down. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her with the blood that was draining out of her body. Hang on. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are you all talking about? The message written in blood. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Can't see the bloody writing at all? My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with all these huge goggles, I can't see everything. This is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. The victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Okay, then let's move on. I believe it has now been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Maya Fey. Well, after the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition. I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way to Dusky Bridge, then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and I used the Shishishido to alter the way the wound looked. Remove the body. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey Clan, but even so, I never imagined that Miss Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fey. Committed a terrible sin. I intended to return the inner temple after taking care of the body, but we were spotted by the head nun. That's why I couldn't go back. You waited until everything was over before making a move? It sounds like that. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth, I feel so helpless I just sit, wait for them to reach a conclusion. Until Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. Thought it was my duty to protect the master of the Crane tradition. I knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Of course I did. She's a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the scene. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. Dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too simple to catch even a simple cold. One thing that bothers me, why not just throw the body into Eagle River? It'd been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. Thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. What did you do after you crossed the bridge? I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and I have the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. Should be tracks. Are these tracks from that ride? I only see one set of tracks. I don't see what's strange. Snow was falling when I left. The murder took place had already stopped. That's why there are still fresh looking tracks. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Use the Shichi Shiko to enter the way the moon looked. Time the murder had took place, snow had already been falling. There's been a lot of contradictions. This time, are you sure it's all true? When the murder stopped, the snow... When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why there were snow tracks so clear. Snow, huh? If the snow had really stopped by the time of the murder, I mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid, Revelations. See what you've got up your sleeve, or rather at the end of your index. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Only one reason I can think of. Rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. Here the head nun left the remainder of the training. She said she walked back to the inner temple from Hazakura Temple. Made it back to Hazakura Temple. Snowmobile was right by the main gate. Just say I like things to be neat and tidy. Sister Bikini missed it. Maybe she didn't see it. But no, I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, better be careful in your testimony. A small little cookie like that. I don't know. Why would you give me a hint? Nope. Called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect, so I moved the body inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and I used the Shichi Shido to alter the way the wound looked. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That's impossible. But it says approximately. Okay. Victim's blood, suspect's fingerprints. Has a sword. Body fell 10 feet after death. I never figured out what kind of blood this is. No, had already stopped, huh? Still doesn't explain the 10-foot fall. Oh, it was the bridge. Claimed that the snow had stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris, this isn't possible. It was the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, snow didn't stop until 10:50, but he couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and caught on fire. I was trying to explain this, but I didn't know how to explain it. The bridge was on fire? You don't mean to say you don't know about it? It was because of the lightning strike the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. I think she's evil. I think this entire family, other than Pearl, is evil. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. The only person that's truly contemptible is you. Old man, what the hell? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat. The important thing now is to find out the truth. Whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning, there are two facts. First, the body of Elise Dunham was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Second, the head nun witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunham's body. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? Only human to err. You're so perfect, Trait. Maybe you can explain this for the court. When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. Somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of explanation for this magic trick. No, there must be some other way that she got across that burnt out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. You're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Admitted that you moved the victim's body. Your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation in your testimony. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying there was a way to cross a burning bridge? This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down. It was taken on the morning after. Apparently it was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. Maya will be accused. Trey, I'm going to say it one more time. It's only human to err. Only humans can spot the errors of our ways. Other than walking across a bridge, there's no way to move the body. The snow had already stopped when the incident took place. I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said, the body did make it across somehow. I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Not that easy to remember, is it? If it had been a kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain the day of my elementary school graduation. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Please don't tell me. I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Dead body. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Are we gonna call Larry up again? A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. I think it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Miss Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Loris Dunham. Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. You've all seen this sketch before. The exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? That's right. Are you seriously claiming that the victim threw through the air and just using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Well, Wright, there's nowhere for you to hide now, other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does the sketch prove anything? Pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it. I know your tricks. You're gonna turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? What exactly is a sketch trying to show? Carefully and think it over. Sketch drawn by Loris Dunham is upside down. The suspension wires are upside down. They're attached to the top instead of the bottom. She went under the bridge and not over it. So I guess complete contradiction? Something is obviously funny about this sketch. Loris Dunham stated it over and over, that this sketch is exactly as he saw it. However, if you were to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. This is getting interesting. Godot knew the entire time. Looks like you're back to the finger pointing thing again. So what? Is reality as we know it. It's this wire connected to the bridge. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. And show us which reality it supposedly contradicts with. The photo of the bridge. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. The sketch, the wires appear above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. Godot, you knew this already. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. It sounds like you're just wrong. Someone like Loris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility, but then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? You saying you know the answer to that? Remember when Loris was doing when he witnessed the event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lever that was never going to come. He waited and waited and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Lawrence must have been in at the time. He was laying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. That's the reason why the wires in this sketch go up instead of down. Loris Dunham witnessed this event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Sketch should actually, I think you finally get it. The correct way to view Loris Dunham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. Just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. All the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp, there was no way to get across it, but if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. That's where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. A pendulum was the only way to get it done. Think about this for a minute. Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. In other words, to cover that distance with the pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. Nope, there was a broken cable. rope was right in front of them. Just a matter of using what was already there. Want to know where the rope came from? It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. One of the wires from the bridge. While the lightning struck and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Dunham's body. Damn. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ah. Glug 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 glug. Damn, I got Godot in a pickle now. Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question: did that really happen? Wright, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to the photo, one of the wires snapped. You gotta look at the map. You can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. That was the spot where the criminal... Yep. Let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. Would drop on the opposite bank approximately at this point. It must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. Makes you think something like that happened. So I have evidence to suggest her body dropped some distance. Take a look at this autopsy. It said her body fell about 10 feet after her death. Most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, came loose and fell about 10 feet. And as a result, crystal sphere was knocked loose. Blood-stained amethyst crystal. The same one that came off Miss Elise Dunham's staff. More important was the place where the crystal sphere was found. The very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have proven to us that with the way a body could have been moved that night. But the sphere was covered in snow. Thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. It was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trait, but you forgot about one thing. The aroma. Coffee's most reliable accomplice is in its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffinese. The criminal had sent the body to the other side. Naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait. The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trait? The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. This is where I think Iris is involved. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple site? It'll only be you, Sister Iris. But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. Her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one who could have managed it. Were you listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Almost as if, on the night The defendant was in 2 places at the same time. There's so many contradictions here that they're still not addressing. Because Bikini was like, oh yeah, she was in the courtyard with her hood on, and then we were like, she couldn't have had her hood on. She was like, I'm sure she had her hood on, and then they just forgot about that. And then also, like, the sphere was covered in snow. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by the witness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred. It's something you should have already known. I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. Body couldn't have been passed to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it's impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing unless you're not really Iris to begin with. How can you say that, Mr. Wright? Oh. Oh no. It's Maya. So the hair color's not the same. You're saying that this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there on the witness stand, her real name is... Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. You're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Stretch your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. I remember now that case 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. He's right. Where is this Iris? My sister, she's already dead. You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body. Right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. If you're gonna put things that way, then yes. I'm supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was planned from the beginning. Part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written here in these instructions. These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. Part of a plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means that the iris that was at dinner was the real Iris, and the Iris who gave me this hood was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister bikini saw at this inner temple someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. You even know what you're saying, Trite? Full channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true you found the plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently on stand, in the witness stand, is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. The meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled, would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. Right, naturally that would mean that the Iris was... that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazuko main hall. They found Iris in her room and arrested her. Ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Still a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with the trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means we must have switched places somewhere. Since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances? Yes. I think there might have been one chance. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. There was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. It would give a murderer suspect time to move around freely. Sorry, Edgeworth. There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? I went to the inner temple right away. It's true, Iris was already there. However, they'd already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. Quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind. Be quiet. There she is. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. This time I'll end it for her and for myself. Interesting. There's not much left. Let's try to finish it out. I gotta pick up food after this. Anywhere we left off. Well, witness, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Seems as if Seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. You see what I have. Sometimes the truth is better left unknown. Hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her daughter as the next master, but for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but seems to have succeeded anyway. That means you really are... Wait a minute, did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yeah, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. Watch yourself, trite. Got a problem, solve it during cross. You were executed last month, correct? I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How'd you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan? Last year she came when I was on death row and she was my mother. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. Are you crazy? At first the woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. Will make Pearl Fey the master of Karain? She was a cold, twisted woman. Thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. Stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her daughter as the next master. Talking about Pearl, is that correct? But at first she had high hopes for the two of us, you and your twin sister. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. The only person I ever cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. My father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children, the more money to go around. And on top of that, my father had no interest in children in general. A really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back, and because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. For it to work, Maya Fey would have to die. For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad, you still don't get it. What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You were gonna kill Maya. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. The plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical, and no one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me kill Maya, naturally they would think that it was Iris that had done it. Witness was the head nun, Bikini. And never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. Why did you want to pin this murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin, isn't she? Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. I went wrong, but seems to have succeeded anyways. So that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred tavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Don't you want to know the truth? Ever since we met you, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, it was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. Why'd you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are, but you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. Isn't it obvious I'm not like that woman? I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. My own personal satisfaction. Do you understand why I would kill Maya? What my goal was? Get revenge. Over Mia. Your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself. None of you have the power to punish me anymore because I'm already dead. You see, the problem, you can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain that she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. Because Mia was already dead. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own 2 hands. That would be the one and only way I could take revenge against Mia Fey. The reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that, you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fay. They say apple doesn't fall far from the tree. A cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30, I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up, put on a demon warding hood, and I picked up the staff that was left by my side and left Hazakura Temple. It was Elise Dunham who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor back. The kid was easier to handle than I hoped. Caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya. Strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. At least last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. It's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her. That's when my memory temporarily stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up, it was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. Trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you're actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while trying to work on it. Early in the morning, someone came to the training hall. Thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide in the back of the cavern. Pearls went to cover the scroll in gravy. Finally managed to remove the lock, but it was too late. Flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police started their investigation. Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. Just then, Lady Luck showed up. She showed up all by herself. Real Iris? She said she came to make sure that the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Finally learned exactly what happened. It was then I actually learned that the plan had actually succeeded. I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one who had summoned me, I assumed it was Pearl Faye. But I was wrong. The person who had actually called my spirit back was Misty Faye, the picture book author. Well, it's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Faye, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands, but even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. Matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Faye, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Yeah, but self-defense exists in this world. There's even evidence supporting those facts, isn't there? What is this evidence? The fact that Maya Faye disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, not much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of Eagle River, where else? Maya Faye killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies wind up in there lost forever. What do you have to say now, Feeny? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. Godot here. Okay, thanks. I just finished removing the locks on the sacred cavern. What about the dagger? What about the dagger? There's a woman inside the cave. It was the accused, Sister Iris. What about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. Told you, didn't I? She's dead. Oh. Then whose body is Dahlia in? Dahlia has to be in Maya's body. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya jumped into the water. Ah. Trait. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. Then she would have landed on the gravel underneath. Possible to jump into the river from there. Get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think the whole thing through. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Hawthorne claims that Miss Fey threw herself. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? The picture of the bridge. It's possible to jump into Eagle River from the temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple is a rock shelf. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped out from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out. You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is in the bottom of Eagle River. There's no one else she could possibly be hiding. Hawthorne, have you heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know she didn't throw herself into the river, and that eliminates the most likely possibilities. Although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. So where is her dead body then? Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. Only one possibility left, namely she's right here in this very courtroom. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said, I had misunderstood one thing, you see. I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic sniveling runt. Wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. Never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time that it's happened. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is about to be clearer to you right now. Right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. It was someone who channeled you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's one possibility left. Man, they really just killed Misty Fey unceremoniously. The person channeling you must be Maya Fey. Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? Said that her goal was to kill Maya. Maya channeled the spirit of someone who was trying to kill her? Well, Gramps, what would happen? Looks like you finally understand. What are you going on about? The reason Maya channeled you, and there's only one reason, to protect herself from you. Path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run, so the problem became where would be the safest place to hide. That's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls, that's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Many whelps. Maya Fey killed herself, isn't that obvious? Sorry, but no, it would have been impossible for her to jump the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya, the only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. Stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world, she never could have come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia? Mia Fey, it's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yep. Ha. Here's something else. What are you doing here? Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. Why don't you think back to last night one more time? You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. Did? But terribly surprised since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock on there. Why'd you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded, things would have gone terribly badly, to put it mildly. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl to kill Maya at all costs. How dare you, I won't forget this. Why not admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Little plan was nothing but a big failure. Another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say... Why did you say another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. How dare you? 11 years ago? A kidnapping, your very first crime? Got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. It was because that oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then a year later you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. Jesus Christ. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. Now this. Messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Maya Fey, you spinster. Spinster? Oh my god. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. Only you'd gotten, and if only you had gotten the spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. I think you finally understand, Dahlia. You will never defeat me. Whether you're alive, dead, or someplace in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. Said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. But what about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who will never win at everything. For you, there's no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. Damn. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? No longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Ah! Oh my god. Oh, I thought she was gonna go through the entire... Oh my god. Jesus. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Jesus. Ick? Sis? I assume you're the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern. I must say that you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia? If you ask me, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. The tragedy of the Medium Valley has come to an end, it seems. It'd be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? About the whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem with the concept now. To be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticized me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the crane channeling technique. I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time I've learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we must immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where me and my brother and I used to differ. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment.
Objection.
I don't think we've actually solved who killed Misty Faye. Trial isn't over yet. Right, remember what Miss Evil Spirit said? I caught up with her in the front of Stone Lantern and took out a dagger I got from the still room and... Strange, but I don't recall having a clear memory after that point. I think I was stabbed. He was stabbed and killed by someone. The person that was ultimately killed by the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunham. No. Misty Faye. But who killed her? Still don't know who did it. Unless someone is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Can't let her walk until there's some evidence that proves her innocence. But the court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Mystery of who killed Misty Faye. one person who saw the whole event and put a final dagger. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes, Maya. Listen up, Trait. I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. That's not gonna happen this time. This time you're gonna have to do this by yourself. Really sorry about everything. You're working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. When I met Iris in the training hall, they had already switched places and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to be in the defendant box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why'd you help your sister out as much as you did? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up. Felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father. It was the same for you too, wasn't it? At least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was so smart and strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised that I would help her. Talking about the fake kidnapping case? Yeah. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up. That was a case that wounded Mia so badly. Things didn't end there. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Two defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. Oh. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. The night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. After I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. 1:30, I received a call on my cell phone. Problem, come to the inner temple. I got on the snowmobile, headed to the inner temple, but path was cut off. Can't just leave the body here, so you gotta do exactly as I say, got it? It was me, the one who received the body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. Staff that Mystic Elise always had held. I knew it, so the actual murder weapon was the staff. Brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on a snowmobile. I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a shishido. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called you on the phone, the real killer. Can't say who did it. Defendant. Yes, the judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia. Something I want to tell you. He's blushing. Iris cooperated with the real killer, maybe even from the very beginning. How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried she'll recover completely, but emotionally, she's been hurt very badly. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dunham really was? Yeah, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it, all of it. I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is? That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't there by accident, which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to Hazakura Temple by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. As much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Me all by myself. There's an entire section left and I have to call it here. Well, we'll wrap it up right now as quick as I can. Actually, I'm gonna call it here and we'll just finish it out tomorrow. It should be like an hour or so of trial tomorrow, so I just gotta call it here. I gotta pick up food. I should have called it earlier, but oh well. C'est la vie. It happens. Thanks everyone for coming. Appreciate it. I should have gone on earlier today, but you know, shit happens. I might be on later, who knows. Just want to get this game done. That way I can play Persona Tactica. That will be cool. And then maybe Persona 3. We'll see. Might be a little bit too much Persona all in a row. Maybe I'll play Yakuza 6. That's supposed to be a pretty short game, so should be good. Alright.